Hello and welcome to the original Alan Wake, the Xbox 360 version, to celebrate the game's 15th anniversary, doing a playthrough for Phase 1, where we're going to be playing through the main story. We won't be doing the 2 DLC episodes, just focusing on the main story for this phase. And what I'm doing, there was a book called the Alan Wake Files that came with the collector's edition. And so for this playthrough, I'm going to be combining playing this game's story with stopping to read the Alan Wake files at certain points. I'll be jumping around a lot as well in the actual book, so I won't be reading the book in order in which things are actually in the book, but rather I'll be doing a different order based on certain points in the game's narrative where we reach and all that kind of stuff. So that's the Phase 1 approach for Alan Wake 1. There's a lot of reading involved, so most likely this stream will just be Episode 1 on its own, which works out fine because reading all this stuff and responding to chat and talking will do a lot of, well, not damage to my voice, but it's going to be a big undertaking. So there might be some moments where I just stop and take a break from reading at certain points too, as well. Hey there, Agorki. Welcome on in. How's things?
Alan, are you okay? Alan, are you okay? Are you okay, Alan? You've been struck by a smooth dark presence.
Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Very creative. There's an old town wrought with mystery of John Connor and his T-800 and the magic lake which gave a life to the words that John used. And now, to see your mother set free, you will need the psych ward's key. Find the T-1000 still raving in the night. That's how you reshape destiny. Thank you for redeeming that as an unimpression as well. Very clever using the lyrics from Old Gods of Asgard, Lady in the Lamp. That's really cool. Hey Saber, good morning. Things are going well, thank you. How about yourself? Glad to hear that you're going great, Ogorki. That's excellent. Alright, so just want to check some stuff. Subtitles enabled. Music volume that. Speech is up higher, that's good. Cinematic volume is a bit higher than that. Cool. Starting a new game, of course, and just playing on normal difficulty. As I said, there will be moments where I'll stop the gameplay and actually read from the Alan Wake Files novel. So it's definitely understandable if that kind of approach of stopping and starting stuff is annoying. So I definitely don't feel bad, like if someone wants to not watch the playthrough, that's definitely fine, because it is an unorthodox way of doing it. It's not just simply playing the game, but incorporating another piece of Alan Wake media in a different medium and trying to, you know, combine it with the narrative of this as well. And it won't be perfect either. There will be points where I might actually talk about stuff that hasn't happened in the games yet and all that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to go through the game and read that content in such a way that matches what is actually happening in the game at any given time. Hey there, Max. How's it going? Welcome on in. Saber just woke up and brain feels like it's on fire, but hopefully it's just you booting up from a 12-hour coma. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's definitely a lot of hours asleep. Definitely understandable to feel that way.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone.
What the fuck? What the hell? I've never seen this before. This glitch. What the? What the fuck is going on? I have never, ever, ever, ever seen this glitch happen ever before. That's right, Dr. Darling, Alan rewrote his dream. Hey there, Coffeeton, robot alien invasion. What a combination. Dr. Darling, it's the T800 you're talking about. It sure is. Huh. I've never actually seen this glitch before.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stand my feet.
There we go, that's better. Hey Lynch Mob, how's things? Hey Cody, welcome on in. How's it going? Excellent, Cody, that's good. Glad to hear that you're going great. I'm going good too. Finished my playthrough of Until Dawn, the original, doing phase 1 of its 10th anniversary.
I had to go to the lighthouse.
And now...
I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
And now, 15th anniversary phase 1 for Alan Wake original. Playing the original Xbox 360 version.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? Ugh. You think you can just make up stuff? Ugh. Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? Ugh. You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer! You're a joke. It would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories. 'Cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
I mustn't have been at the trigger point for Alan's dialogue. If you let the hitchhiker's dialogue play out and he gives his criticisms of Alan's skills as a writer, Alan will actually say something, but I mustn't have had him in the right trigger spot for him to respond.
You missed your deadline! Damn. You can't stop me!
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
Thank you, Cody. Cheers, dude. You're still yet to play the PC version of Until Dawn. Yeah, the original was really, really good. Can't believe it's been 10 years since it came out. Lunchbob just got done helping out people make money on GTA Online, letting everyone know you won't be playing until the next 4 days, because that's when you'll get a new PlayStation Plus subscription. You'll be able to play online again. That's totally fair too as well. Yeah, sometimes things have to line up like that. And it might take a few days, but that's definitely understandable. Nordic walking. It has incontestably proven health benefits.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation? This way! Hurry! Over here! Come on, Mr. Wake, come here! Hurry, Mr. Wake! Something horrible's coming! Mr. Wake, it's me! Clay Stewart, remember? Quickly, get inside! There's no time to lose! Follow me! We won't make it out here! It's coming! Inside now! Follow me! We won't make it out here! Oh my God, we're not gonna make it! Go, go, go! Get inside the cabin! Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
Alright, so this is where I'm going to segue and read from the Alan Wake files. The character we just met there, Clay Stewart, is actually the author of the Alan Wake files book. Cody, you've got a backlog of games, lol. Bought Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but won't play it until you've completed Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh, that's definitely fair too. Getting so many games in your backlog and trying to figure out times when you can actually get through and get all the stuff done as well. LegPop, yeah, in the meantime you're going to be playing other games that don't require an online subscription to play. That's totally fair too. Cody, what would be cool is to see an R-rated version of Alan Wake. Yeah, I mean, Alan Wake 2 almost is that in many ways. It's probably got some gore in it that this one doesn't. Okay, just need to get where I need to be. Alrighty then, so the character that we just saw there, Clay Stewart, is the author of the Alan Wake files, and I'm going to read a portion of the Alan Wake files related to him and everything like that. I'm not going to be reading everything in the order in which they happen in the book either. I'll be jumping around depending on where we're up to in the game and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to read a little bit from the preface in that book. The book you hold in your hands represents the end of one life and the beginning of another. My name is Clay Stewart, and I began on this path when a series of strange dreams turned out to be visions of a real man, a town in trouble, and a powerful destructive force beyond my imagining. 2 years ago, if someone had asked me who Alan Wake was, or where the town of Bright Falls was located, I would have been stumped on both accounts. My life had, up to that point, been untouched by either of these particulars, and perhaps for the better. But I cannot change the past, I can only try to make sense of it, and with the publication of this book, perhaps gain some measure of forgiveness from those I heard along the way. I will explain how I became involved in these events, but if there is one thing I need you to understand, is that the strange disturbances that shook Bright Falls in the weeks preceding the Deer Fest of last year represent one of the greatest mysteries of our time. This book began as a personal attempt to understand and solve those mysteries. Now, I fear that may be impossible. I hope merely to exorcise them, and by doing so, to relinquish their claims upon me. I lived a quiet life in Madison, Wisconsin, until the dream started. Recurring dreams, all pointing me to a particular place. My first dream was nothing at all. I'm alone in a cabin in the night. Someone knocks and I step out onto the porch. There's no one there. But the lantern is broken in what I take to be a very meaningful way. That's how it strikes me. The second dream is the same as the first, except that after I find the broken lamp, I hear something in the forest, and I think I see movement. I follow it to the forest's edge, but then it stops. The third dream follows the course of dreams 1 and 2, except the sounds get louder and louder. Trees fall, and it's as though I am caught in a storm. I run away and down the road till I get to the ocean. There's a lighthouse, and it's obvious to my dream logic that I'll be safe there. A man holds the lighthouse door open and frantically waves me toward him. I run and run, chased by this thing, this dark omnipresence, and in the last possible moment, I'm consumed. I cease to exist. Soon I'm having these dreams every night, and it's the same each time. I'm chased by this dark monster of men, consumed by shadows, and again I see this man in his early 30s with a strong but friendly face. Sometimes I save his life, other times he saves mine, but we always die in the end. I start staying up later and later, trying to avoid sleep. My wife and my little boy are safe in their beds, and I'm up at 3 a.m. watching the Tube, surfing through a wasteland of softcore soap and slaughter, trying to stay awake. But you can't stay awake forever. Late one night I'm watching reruns of that old show Night Springs, but I keep nodding off. In the twilight between dreaming and waking, I hear the voice of the man from my dreams. He is talking to me saying, "I'm not interested in literary cliques or in questions of genre versus literary fiction. I want a good story, well told, and I'll take it where I can get it." My eyes flitter open, and there he is, the nameless man from my dreams. He is on my freaking television set, being interviewed at a round wooden table with 2 other men. I almost leap from the couch, and I am more awake than I have ever been in my life. I watch and watch until another question is directed at this man, and the caption appears, "Alan Wake, author of The Sudden Stop." It's entirely possible, even likely, that considering Wake's fame, I had seen his picture before and performed some unconscious copy-paste work. But I knew things about him from my visions, things that I hadn't read. In the days following my discovery, I obsessively researched his writings, read everything I could get my hands on, and it only confirmed that he was the same man with whom I'd been trapped in my nightly hellscape. His detective, Alex Casey, resembled him, and they shared the same grim humor, even when death felt certain. I was convinced that my dreams represented a shared experience with Alan Wake. More than that, they were a warning. I wrote a long and impassioned letter to Mr. Wake's publishers, but only received a postcard noting my letter's receipt and encouraging me to purchase Wake's latest book. Every time I re-entered the dream world, I became an obsessive observer of this strange dimension, which seemed to be an underwater world populated by unknowable, dark forces whose only desire was to destroy me. I was a diligent transcriber of these awful visions, and every time I woke, I updated the dream journal I had started. My wife Anna and I hardly spoke anymore, and I felt myself becoming increasingly disengaged from my former life. The journal was the one thing that helped me make sense of what I was experiencing. The dreams continued, becoming more and more horrific over the following months. Only one thing was clear. Alan Wake was somehow at the center of what I was experiencing. In fact, he was the cause of everything I was experiencing. Each night I was killed, or I witnessed others killed. Finally, I saw a small town destroyed, and a whole world consumed by darkness. And it was all his fault. I didn't blame him for it, but I had to make contact with him, to tell him what I'd seen, to warn him. While researching lighthouses at the university library, I happened upon an image of the lighthouse from my dreams. This hit me like a thunderclap. It was located outside a town called Bright Falls. An internet image search revealed a scrapbook of my visions. Here it was, this small picturesque town in Washington state. Fishing, logging, bad weather, the buildings, streets, and bridges were those from my nightmares. I had seen it all before. I couldn't deny it anymore, and my decision was made for me. I bought a $100.65 ticket on a Greyhound bus and arrived in Bright Falls 2 days later. I'll admit that things didn't feel right from the beginning. I've lived in enough Midwestern shitbergs to know what economic blight looks like up close, and this wasn't that. Something had happened here. There were bullet holes in buildings and a general air of civil disturbance. There was talk of tornadoes and a troubling number of women dressed in mourning clothes. There were 3 funerals that first day, all held for local fathers and husbands and wives, all held in absentia. When I asked people what had happened here, some mentioned freak storms and an annual town party that was preceded by horrible accidents. Most would not reply at all. They shook their heads and walked away, that stricken look of survivor guilt crimping their faces. They avoided my questions as though I was probing into some town shame, some big secret no one dared reveal. I know how strange that sounds, but it felt as though the whole town was being held hostage, like they'd been told they were being watched, and if they spoke to anyone, there would be more deaths and more after that. I checked into room number 2 at the Majestic Motel. It smelled of stale alcohol and cigarettes, with a fair dose of what I now recognized as fear sweat. I had no idea how long I would spend here, but I unpacked my bags, all except for my dream journal. I took my pocket knife from my backpack and drew out the Phillips head, climbed up to the air vent and unscrewed the panel, thinking myself very clever, even though I'd seen this trick in a couple of movies. Alright, so that's not the entire preface read out, but I wanted to wait until a certain character that gets mentioned in that preface actually appears in the game story, but there are other parts of the Alan Wake file book that I will read before we get to that point as well. Lynchmob, thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression and the Red Dead 1 or 2 quote. Okay, so I've got an Arnie movie scene. Wait a minute here, you're telling me that this thing can imitate anything it touches? Anything it samples by physical contact? Get real. Like it could disguise itself as a pack of cigarettes? No, only an object of equal size. Then why doesn't it become a bomb or a machine gun or something to get me? The T-1000 can form complex machines. Guns and explosives have chemicals in them, moving parts. It doesn't work that way, but it can form solid metal shapes. Like what? Knives and stabbing weapons. Okay, so I've got something from Red Dead 1. John, we got a telegram from some lady friend of yours, a Bonnie something or other. Something you ain't telling me? Bonnie McFarlane, she's a friend. Saved my life when I went after Bill and nearly got myself killed again. Oh, and now you twos are in the habit of sending each other letters. How very nice. It weren't nothing like that. What's it say? I don't know. I can't... Well, you know I can't read. Give it here. You read that thing out loud. I ain't hiding nothing. Dear Mr. Marston, stop. Need corn sacks. Stop. Emergency, stop. Weevils and moths ate entire county supply. Stop. Can you help? Not exactly the most romantic request now, is it? I guess not. And she saved your life, you say? Yes, ma'am. Well, then you're gonna have to go and help her and her family out. We got a plentiful supply of corn sacks over near the silo, about the one thing Uncle didn't manage to have stolen while we was gone. Okay. Hurry back, John. And John, what's she like? Well, you know, a little bit like you, I guess. She's a woman in a man's world. And that's from Red Dead 1. Thanks for redeeming that lunch, Bob. Hey there, Dumbledore. Hello there, Dumbledore. Welcome on in. How's things going, Dumbledore? Okay, so now we're going to go back to the game. Okay, so just going over my notes for when to read more of the Alan Wake files. Stop telling the real world surfaced. Every time.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
So this can act as a little bit of a recap. The Alan Wake Files book was written by the character that Alan meets here, Clay Stewart. But now I'll let this play on from where I was up to before when I read it from the book.
Hurry!
Mr. Wake, it's me! Clay Stewart, remember? Quickly, get inside! There's no time to lose! It's coming! Inside now! Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
I was trapped. There was no way out. The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Follow the light. You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there. have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light. I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. This way. There's no time. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the Dark Presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away. You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Now you'll die.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill you. This isn't right.
The first game may have clunky combat, but Alan Wake 2, it tries too hard to be like Resident Evil remakes, and there's a lot of annoying things about the switching between weapons and loading flashlight and loading weapons and all that kind of stuff, which is why I personally prefer this game's combat system and controls. And I prefer having the torch so that when you burst and you let go, it starts to regenerate, and then you can sort of like balance that with using the flashlight without boosting versus boosting and then stopping. You have more freedom of the flow between those things, whereas in Alan Wake 2, every single time you press a burst of the flashlight, that uses up a bit of the battery like ammo in a gun, and then once the battery is actually full, the game automatically reloads even when an enemy is about to attack you. So not having the freedom like you do in the first game to control the ebb and flow of the light and the boost, I don't like it in the second game how you can't do that.
You're dead, just like me.
In Until Dawn earlier today, when I was doing my stream, we had a part that I had to redo to get a mist collectible, and it was related to using a flare gun to make sure that Matt could survive an attack from the Wendigo.
can keep this up forever!
Shh, baby. Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here. Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. Just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all of your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Try the coffee. Just don't blame me when you fall in love, 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake. Are you on your own, or is your wife with you? I can show you the town if you want. I get off work at 6.
Thanks, Rose. We'll be sure to keep that in mind. Right. So much for a quiet vacation.
Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Things are going good. How about yourself? Dr. Darling, the cult of the tree, the cult of the tree. Oh, wait, 13 years too soon. That is so true. Haven't got to that point in the timeline yet. And there you go, Dr. Darling. It's exclamation mark Mordor. Dr. Darling, hey, crazy psycho waitress. That is... Well, I mean, Rose is a very obsessive fan of Alan Wake's, of course. But I don't think she's on the level of Annie Wilkes from Stephen King's Misery. I don't think Alan would find himself strapped to a bed and have his, well, in the book, his ankle gets cut off, whereas in the movie it's just smashed to bits with a croquet mallet, I think, or a big giant hammer thing. I don't think Rose would do that to Alan.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
You put the lime in the coconut. Drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
Yes, that's my favorite tune. Coconut.
Shut your mouth, you demented has-been. If I had my hammer, I'd shut it for you. Jeez.
Tune number 6 in the jukebox.
Children of the Elder God. Now there's a song for you.
IMDb didn't have the actor for Tor in Alan Wake 1, but they're Lloyd Floyd. Interesting. IMDb doesn't have his individual IMDb actually connected to Alan Wake 1, just Alan Wake's American Nightmare. That's fair enough. Dr. Darling, thank you so very much for the 11 months in a row. That's excellent, dude. Thank you so very much for that. Coconut! You put the lime in the coconut, you drink it bowl up.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack.
It really is, Keone. The first time I heard it was when I saw Reservoir Dogs for the first time, because it's in the credits of that movie. Dr. Lelling, you had to resub for the Daffy Duck assassin emote. Thank you, thank you. He must be part of some Daffy religion. Hey there, Ben Darren. How's things going?
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find
You don't
Stucky,
wanna die,
to get the
do
key
you?
and get out as soon as
Worse.
possible. The waitress was giving me a headache.
but he
Overacre
didn't
fans
listen.
always did.
I told Rose last week that she should change the bulb. This is what happens when you get sloppy. I must do my rounds. Remind them to change their bulbs, always. To stay vigilant, because darkness never sleeps.
Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring. I am so happy this could be arranged. You are not the first rider to stay in the cabin, you know.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
I hadn't seen her leave, but the old lady was gone.
Cody, thank you so very much for the 6 months in a row. That's excellent. Thank you very, very much for that. Really appreciate that a lot. Glad you checked your sub ran out, lol. Oh, did it? Oh, that's fair enough, Cody. That's no trouble at all. I've had that happen too with streamers that I subscribe to as well. That's all good. Thank you so very much for that. Really appreciate it.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid, splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge. I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman gets here, Rose. Oh, but I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe. Now this is what coffee should taste like.
Oh, Rusty, that's so sweet. I'll swing by with a fresh cup later on. Will you be staying in town for the Deer Fest, Mr. Wake?
The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me, my dear, in more ways than one.
Oh, dear. That's not really our festival anthem.
Could have fooled me there.
I had the keys. Alice was outside. I didn't want to keep her waiting.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while, see those stars winking down at you. It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right.
Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Are you sure you read the directions right? It's nothing like in the brochure. It said near the lake, not on it.
The cabin obviously got its name from the shape of the island. It looked like a giant bird leg. Alice had mentioned that the lake was a caldera. There was a dormant volcano under it.
When it comes to getting the power on in this part of the game, if you don't go straight to where you need to go to put the power on, but instead you actually go inside the cabin to investigate, when you go into the room where Alan's typewriter will be, there's actually some dialogue that you'll trigger from Alan that you'll miss otherwise.
Here we go. Let's take a look inside. Come on.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Sure thing. I'm on it. Hello? Anyone here?
For a moment, the oppressive feel of the nightmare I had seen on the ferry returned.
Damn.
I needed to get the power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island. The cabin looked like a time capsule from the 60s, or even earlier. The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
Don't go in the water, Alan. The water is lava. Hey, Biko. That is a very creepy cabin. Absolutely. How's things? How old's my house? My house is the oldest house. It was built upon an old orange peel factory. Just kidding. Just referencing Control there. I mean, there's some buildings in Australia that date back to the 1800s that are probably still around.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less. But we'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now, let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now, some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again. Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
That is an overhell. That is a hotel that overlooks the lake. If you look very carefully, sometimes you can see a shining thing over at that Overlook Hotel.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Dr. Darling, very peaceful place. Surely the residents aren't crazy. Or the doctors. Surely not. No. Definitely not. And I'm sure there's no guy who is obsessed with creating video games, especially fighting ones, who likes to do fight moves.
Alice? Honey? A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice! Everyone
Hey, just hear me out! There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No! It's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! God damn it!
I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice?
Alice? Alice!
The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming!
What the hell?
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Keep going.
Wake up.
Alice?
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot. Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
Bandaran, the darkness feasts on rage and anger. What's it actually from? Dr. Darling Allen awake. He is now. Bandaran Allen in a lake. Allen Lake. Written by Sam Lake. Cody Alice. Who the fuck is Alice? I remember that song. That was so funny.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Hello? Hello? Is someone there?
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Ben Darren, you think you read that there was a playable demo, but a bit up to the car crash that Remedy showed to games journalists, etc. before the game launch. Yeah, that'd be really cool if there was a copy of that was actually eventually made available. Like, that'd be really cool to play those kinds of things. And I know that there might be some demos that they make for games where they don't want the general public to see it because they might not be happy with what they actually got. But I think too, like, it's worth the risk to eventually at some point release them so that people can see in like the purest form what early versions of things were and all that kind of stuff. So I haven't really had a good look at a lot of the initial demos and stuff for this game. Like, I remember back in the day around 2005 seeing something about Alan Wake, but that was back when they had him wearing like the scarf outfit, which in Alan Wake 2 there's a reference to that. You see a picture of Alan wearing that outfit, the original outfit he was going to wear in this first game. I'm going now to jump back in to read just a slight bit of the Alan Wake files. There's some manuscript pages in the Alan Wake's files that aren't actually in the game. I want to read those, but I kind of want to read them when we get to locations in the game that are related to where these manuscript pages in the Alan Wake Files book are actually found. So while we've got this manuscript page on, I'll just read the intro part that Clay wrote in the book. The manuscript. It is unknown just how many pages make up the manuscript, but they potentially number in the hundreds. Based on my investigation, it is likely that Agent Nightingale had amassed more than what was present in the air vent, but the location of the extant pages remains unknown. My research in Bright Falls hit a dead end when it came to these pages. Although the provenance of the notes is unclear, their style is unmistakably that of Wake's. Just how or when these pages were written, or to what end, remains a mystery. Wake arrived in Bright Falls 2 weeks before Deerfest, and had supposedly never been to the town before. How would he be able to write page after page depicting events related to actual town residents? Some of these residents are now missing, while others did not care to comment and became quite aggressive when I persisted with my questioning. Whether the pages were predictive of future events or some complex incantation that caused the events to occur may never be solved to any degree of satisfaction.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Nightfall! Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky.
Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. And square.
Dr. Darling, thank you so very much for the 2 years, 10 months, 21 days, and 4 hours of followage. That is awesome. Almost 3 years worth. Absolutely. Time flies so fast.
Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
During your trying walking. It's the latest thing. Incontestably proven health benefits. Let you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels down at the same time.
Yes.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello? Hello?
This is bad. The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out. There were more of them. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. if I was dreaming. It felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it. The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
Duck season.
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water. Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Even though it's the 2010 Alan Wake, not the remaster in 2021, that's celebrating the 15th anniversary, I still will be doing the remaster as part of these phases. Just not this one though. I wanted this one to be the original Xbox 360 version. But some of the other playthroughs I'm doing for this 15th anniversary celebration will be the remastered version.
Hazardous occupation.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Oh, Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no cut. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Ogorki, duck season, rabbit season. Duck season, rabbit season. The many worlds theory. Well, Remedy certainly adhere to that with their games. Multiple different realities layered upon each other in a spiral-shaped pretzel that keeps rolling down a hill, collecting things as it rolls, but the things that it collects also create their own things within the rolling mechanism of this pretzel that rolls down this imaginary hill, and then all of a sudden you've got this big giant orange peel. Redacted. The Moorcock Institute, apparently that was going to be a location in this game, but apparently they felt that the particle accelerator that they had in that part of the game was too sci-fi for the actual main narrative of Alan Wake, so some of that gets put into that Night Springs episode. In Quantum Break, when I played it recently. There was a sign later on in the game that actually mentioned not a Moorcock Institute, but the name Moorcock was actually there. So I thought that was quite a nice nod, and it's sort of out of the way. The game doesn't make it a glaringly obvious reference either. You actually have to read the small print on the sign to even see it. So I thought that was quite cool as well. So that was the first Night Springs episode that you find in this game, and it's still my favorite one. There's some other good ones, but that one's still my favorite one. And I like the idea of someone like that Colvin, who is so sure that his machine is flawless, and that he will always be guaranteed that when he aims the gun at himself, it's always the reality where he actually doesn't die. But he didn't foresee that someone would accidentally kick the power cord out from the power outlet. And, of course, when that happened, the machine wasn't working, therefore the machine couldn't protect him from killing himself.
Dangerous! It requires patience! Oh no. Even with the engine takes hours to cool. Having tools. Mistake don't make. Big power! And after. Inside the engine has destroyed more than Winter! Professional!
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive.
Something that Alan Wake 2 changes about how the Taken quote-unquote die. In Alan Wake 1, as Alan said, the body disappeared, so there's no actual physical trace left of the person. So the Dark Presence, it possesses the person, and if it wants that person to become a pawn and doesn't want them to have any semblance of controllability in their own actions and all that kind of stuff, then the Dark Presence will fully take over them and they'll become a Taken. They'll still retain some of their memories and all that kind of stuff. That's why they say a lot of the like things related to their profession or whatnot as well. But there's an outer shell of darkness that's on the outside of a Taken, and even if you get rid of the outer shell and then shoot them dead, you're not actually saving them. Plus there's no body that gets left behind. However, in Alan Wake 2, the law gets changed so that when a Taken is actually killed, there's still a dead body that can actually be discovered. So the cult of the tree, who are trying to protect Bright Falls from the Taken, they always try to make sure that they actually get rid of the body, so that it can't be found.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment. The sane world reasserted itself.
I need a duck redeem. Yeah.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake. Not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is all right.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
We have Alan Wake's Alex Casey books here. Alan Wake, The Fall of Casey. Alan Wake, The Things That I Want. Alan Wake, Alex Casey. Alan Wake, What I Can't Forget. And Alan Wake, Return to Sender. What I'm going to do is, I'm not going to keep it on this screen, but the Alan Wake Files actually has chapter 1 out of the Return to Sender book that Alan wrote. So I'm going to segue in and read that. Just go back to this screen. Here we go. Benderin, Alan Looney, better lock him up. Exactly, you better lock him up quick. Be right back. Alright, so Return to Sender by Alan Wake. The third novel in the Alex Casey crime series, Return to Sender is a treasure trove of clues to this author's internal life. In this first chapter, Casey's survival is in question, and he must directly challenge the evil that threatens him. Wish fulfillment on Wake's part, or a strategy for confronting his own personal monsters. Chapter 1. Light You Up. If Anton the Fat Man Dubovik had ever earned a Boy Scout merit badge in fire prevention, I wouldn't be in this mess. If the two sluggos with the Fat Man weren't scared to death of him, one of them might mention that spraying high-octane gasoline around a garage could have unpleasant consequences for all concerned. Everett Krieger, the Sage of Wall Street, is screaming loud and clear about the fire hazard. But since Krieger is currently trussed up and the object of that high-octane drenching, his opinion isn't given much weight by the Fat Man. One spark, one gunshot, and the whole place goes up like a napalm strike. Not that any of this would mean shit to me, except I'm currently hiding under Krieger's candy apple red Ferrari Testarossa, which has about 7 inches of road clearance, and the gasoline that the Fat Man is hosing down Krieger with is sluicing across the concrete floor of the garage and soaking me down to my boxes. "You must understand, Mr. Krieger," said the Fat Man. "I'm not a nice person." I heard gasoline spattering onto the concrete as Krieger blubbered. The fumes were making me lightheaded, but nobody else seemed to notice. Then again, they had murder on their minds. "I bet you will stink when you burn, Mr. Krieger," said the Fat Man. "I bet you will stink like the bad barbecue that upsets my tummy." Gasoline is cold, by the way, real shivery stuff, and Krieger's screaming had given me a headache. Plus, the tip of my nose kept grazing the underside of the Ferrari, so it was raw and sore by now. I was about ready to slide out from under the car, cap the Fat Man and the sluggos, and warm myself up with my own burning hair as the whole place whooshed into flames. I didn't do that. Instead, I carefully tilted my head to get a better look at what was happening a few feet away from me, and promised myself the next time I'd exercise better judgment. I won't do that either, of course. I never learn. Sure, I should have passed on the job when Krieger's daughter showed up last week, but the girl was scared to death. Lots of scared girls out there these days, but she did it better than most, and her being a homely thing kinda won me over, and dragging a kid along to boot. Hit me in my soft spot. All that family money, but Jane Krieger stayed a plain Jane. Big thick glasses and awkward shoes, the way she slumped her shoulders when she talked, made me want to take care of her. She said her father, Wall Street financier Everett Krieger, had gotten involved with some very dangerous men, and she was worried about something happening to him. "I know you're too much talented for bodyguard work, Mr. Casey. I just want you to keep an eye on Daddy. My father doesn't even have to know you've been hired. He'd probably be upset with me if he found out." Turns out Everett Krieger hadn't just gotten involved with some dangerous men. He'd ripped off the Fat Man, a sweaty psychopath linked to the Russian mob. Anyone who thinks that fat men are jolly has never met Anton Dubovik. The last thing that cracked the fat man up, really gave him a case of the giggles, was that recording of the 911 call from a woman who'd been carjacked in Texas. You've heard it, haven't you? Woman knows she's on her way to a real horror show, but she manages a cell phone call from the trunk of her car, connects to a 911 operator who's got the hiccups. The woman keeps whispering about being kidnapped, and the 911 operator can't hear her because he keeps hiccuping into the receiver, and the cell phone signal is dying, and the woman is panicking, and the 911 operator keeps on hiccuping, saying, pardon me, y'all, a regular laugh riot." They found the woman's body a week later, what was left of her anyway. The fat man plays that tape all the time, and it never fails to bring tears to his eyes. He even imitates her voice in the hiccups. So, when the fat man huffed and puffed his way into Krieger and Associates a year ago, wanting to park $18 million, Krieger should have very politely suggested that Mr. Dubovik would be better served at one of the many other fine investment houses. But he didn't. Instead, Krieger told the fat man what he told most of his clients: expect 10 to 12% annual returns and cash out any time you felt like it. Things didn't quite work out like that. Krieger's enormous bet against the Australian dollar went south, coupled with a government takeover of the Nigerian oil industry and a crash in the Brazilian bond market. Well, Krieger and Associates had suddenly collapsed like one of those fancy soufflés that Krieger used to jet to Paris to nibble for lunch. Krieger dodged a federal indictment by liquidating all his assets and offering his clients 10 cents on the dollar. Most of his clients settled, but the fat man wasn't interested. The fat man had never tipped a waitress or been heard to say, "Keep the change." "I told you, I don't have any offshore accounts," pleaded Krieger. He was a handsome, well-maintained aristocrat who struggled helplessly now, hands bound behind his back, his body roped tight to a supporting column of the garage. Gasoline dripped from his perfectly cut grey hair. "Don't you think the feds would have found them by now if I did?" "I should trust Fed dummies," the fat man laughed. "Fed dummies cannot find their ass with GPS." I imagine Krieger once took a certain pride in having his own gasoline pump in the garage. Special blend for the Ferrari, might as well have been jet fuel. Perfectly safe as long as you gassed up in a well-ventilated space, but the fat man likes his privacy, so the doors to the garage were down, the gas running free, and the fumes in the garage so thick that a bright idea might set the place off. From my vantage spot under the car, I could see Krieger's charcoal grey trousers and his socks, cashmere socks with tiny clocks on them, probably cost $200 a pair. But what do you expect? They're made from the downy wool scraped off the balls of mountain goats in Tibet. The fat man doesn't wear socks, just slips his 14 Triple D Tootsies into a pair of blue corduroy bedroom slippers from Target, throws on a bathrobe, and off he goes. "Fed dummies did not find this secret estate of yours, yes?" said the fat man. "Anton found it, though, so now you pay me." "I can't pay you." Gasoline gushed against Krieger's necktie, splashing his Armani suit and perfect Windsor knot. Gasoline ran from his pants leg as though Krieger had pissed himself. "There is no can't, Mr. Krieger," said the fat man. "There is only yes. Anton, here are the numbers to my offshore accounts, and please to forgive me for making you wait, Anton." The fat man had a point. The feds hadn't discovered this 100-acre estate in the rolling hills of upstate New York. It was probably registered to some shell company that existed only in a Bahamian corporation's financial footnotes. So give the fat man some credit. I wouldn't have found the place if terrified Jane Krieger hadn't called me early this morning and given me the location, said she was sure something was going to happen. I shifted slightly, saw the two sluggos, a couple of nervous XXL meatbags in blue tracksuits, each of them standing on a radial tire to keep their shoes dry. Like that's going to save them, if the garage blows. The smart thing to do if you want Krieger to give up the information would be drag him outside, drench him with gas out there, but maybe the fat man wants to use the safe familiarity of the garage against Krieger, like tucking a guy into his soft comfy bed and maybe fluffing his pillow before breaking out the vice grips. "I'm losing patience, Mr. Krieger," said the fat man, his thinning black hair plastered to his skull. "You seem to delight in provoking me." "I'm an honest businessman," said Krieger. lower lip quivering. The fat man's tiny eyes glowed as he pulled a gold cigarette lighter out of the pocket of his bathrobe. "Boss," one of the sluggers said gently, "you really don't want to do that." The fat man held the cigarette lighter in front of Krieger's face. "I will light you up like birthday candle." "Boss, please," said the other slugger. Krieger goes up, we all go up. He dragged his shoe through the puddled gasoline on the floor. "See, boss? Boom!" "Boom." The fat man nodded, pink jowls jiggling in the glare of the overhead fluorescence. "Ah, yes, I understand now." He slipped the lighter back into his bathrobe, pulled out a switchblade. "This is safe, yes?" he said to Krieger. "Won't cause fire?" He flicked it open, admired his reflection in the blade, and I found myself wondering if hippos thought they were beautiful too. Krieger swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. The fat man carefully slid the blade into Krieger's right nostril. "See?" He looked at the sluggers, waited for a moment, then ripped the blade through the side of Krieger's nose. "See? No boom." Krieger howled, lurched against the ropes that bound him to the pillar, blood pouring from his nose. "You will give me the numbers for your offshore accounts now," the fat man said to Krieger. "But please," stammered Krieger. The fat man slid the blade into Krieger's other nostril. "Wait!" gasped Krieger. "Yes?" said the fat man, cupping one ear. "Did I hear something?" "The account numbers," Krieger said, his cut nostril flapping with every breath. "The account numbers are encrypted. Can't be cracked. You need me alive." "Then alive you stay, good fellow." The fat man slowly, gently removed his blade from Krieger's nostril. "Where are the numbers, Mr. Krieger?" I was lying right under the edge of the Ferrari's passenger side now, soaked with gasoline. I hoped that Krieger would direct them to the house, his office, any place where they would have to leave him alone, or at least divide their forces, while they confirmed his story. "They're under the car," whimpered Krieger. "The numbers are in a small metal case attached to the underside of the passenger compartment." "Great. Just great." I scooted farther back under the car, looking for the case. There, a silvery case the size of a cell phone. "You are certain?" said the fat man. I could see the case clearly, stainless steel, secured with 2 spring clips, locked solidly in place but designed for quick removal when needed. "If you are stalling for time, I will lose charming good nature, Mr. Krieger," said the fat man. "You think I'm stupid?" said Krieger, blood bubbling from his nose. "You're not going to kill me. You need me, Anton. Get the case. We'll have to go to my office in the city to decrypt the code. I'll transfer the funds into your account tonight. Double your money." The fat man nodded. "I believe you, Mr. Krieger." Krieger sagged with relief. "No, you are not stupid," said the fat man, looking into his eyes. "But I think you are perhaps too trusting of your own uniqueness." He smoothed Krieger's stained white shirt with one hand, then drove the knife into the man's heart with the other. "It seems, in fact, Mr. Krieger, that you are not required to decrypt the code," he said, cleaning the blade on Krieger's necktie, as the man's head flopped lifelessly. He slid the knife back into his bathrobe, turned to the sluggers. "Please to hit the hydraulic order lift." I waited until the Ferrari was waist high off the ground floor before sliding out from under, the case clutched in one hand. I waved as I scrambled to my feet. "Hey fellas, how's it hanging?" The sluggers reached for their guns before they caught themselves. The fat man just yawned, belted his bathrobe tighter around his enormous frame. "Open the garage door and air the place out, idiots," the fat man said to the sluggers. "Then you can shoot our uninvited guest." He raised his bushy eyebrows to me, half bowed. My sincere apologies. I pulled my own piece out, centered it between his eyes. "None needed." "Ah, the classic standoff," said the fat man, unperturbed. "I feel like one of your American cowboys at the A-OK Corral." He pushed out his lower lip. "Let us leave the door down, shall we? Gunfire hurts my ears anyway." There were too many teeth in his smile. "I want to see your face when they break your neck, my dear cowpoke." The sluggers rushed me, but they were slow, clearly used to easy prey. I dodged the first one's attack, matador style, helped him along with a push that slammed his face first into a metal tool cabinet. He dropped like a slaughterhouse steer. The other slugger circled in, but he was cautious now. He sloshed through the gasoline closer and closer, and I let him, because he was one of those big guys who forgot to keep his chin down. Maybe he never had to worry about it before. He grabbed my left shoulder, grinding down on the bone before I drove my right hand into his throat, crushing his windpipe. He fell to his knees, trying to breathe as his airway swelled shut. My left arm was completely numb as the fat man charged, barreling at me. He moved faster than the sluggers, faster than I would have believed. One swipe of his enormous paw practically tore my ear off before I could retreat. Head ringing, He kept coming. I kicked him twice in the midsection. Kicked him hard. The strike should have shattered a few ribs, maybe even ruptured his spleen, but the fat man was so padded with blubber that he merely grunted, his smile firmly in place. A killer whale in a blue terrycloth bathrobe. The fat man circled in as I backed up. "Not leaving so soon, are you?" mocked the fat man. "We are just getting to know each other." "It's way past my bedtime," I told him. "I need my beauty sleep." "The case." The fat man snapped his fingers. "Give me the case and maybe I will let you go on your way." "Give me your address, I'll mail it to you." I fainted high as he rushed me, then pivoted, whip-kicked his left knee, heard it crunch. He ground his teeth as he collapsed, but didn't utter a sound. He sprawled beside the Ferrari, his bathrobe sopping up gasoline. His smile had returned. I looked down, saw what was making him so happy. 3 small dots on my shirt. 3 small red dots getting larger. I hadn't even seen him take the switchblade out, hadn't felt myself getting stabbed. "Come closer, little one, I'll put a band-aid on your boo-boo," said the fat man. That's okay," I said. The fat man patted the floor beside him. "Come on, no hard feelings." "You look like a guy who holds a grudge." "Me?" The fat man wiped an imaginary tear. "You have hurt my feelings." Unsteady now, I clutched at the case, but it slipped from my grasp, clattered to the floor. I bent to retrieve it, stumbled, and kicked it under the car. I could see it clearly, right under the transmission. "A pity," said the fat man, eyes on the case. "Whatever shall you do now?" The red spots on my shirt were getting bigger. "You really should sit down before you hurt yourself," said the fat man. I staggered toward the door, legs rubbery, and half fell onto a wooden bench against one wall. "Isn't that better?" called the fat man, grunting as he bent under the Ferrari, one leg dragging behind him. "You just take a rest while I get the case, and then we can have a long talk." I gave him time. Gave him until he was halfway under the car, his hand on the case before quick limping it over to the controls of the hydraulic jack and flicking the switch. The fat man squealed as the jack lowered, slithering across the slick floor, trying to get out. Almost made it out, too. Got his head free anyway, the rest had been pressed against the concrete by the weight of the Ferrari. "You comfortable?" I asked him. "Little tight," said the fat man. "You might raise it up a bit?" "Sure." I lowered it slightly, heard him gasp. "Whoops." What you want?" hissed the fat man. "World peace." The fat man chuckled. Had to give him credit for that. "Oh, you mean now?" I said. "Well, I'd like to know how you found Krieger's secret estate." The fat man glared at me. The spots on my shirt were growing, but it was nothing terminal. It did hurt, though. I lowered the Ferrari a little more. The fat man groaned louder. "How did you find this place?" I repeated. A beautiful little bird told me," the fat man said, his breathing even more labored now. "Lucky you." "Yes, I am most lucky." "The bird who told me wasn't so beautiful," I said. "So sad." I watched him squirm under the Ferrari, grunting with the effort, trying to get clear, but he was caught, no 2 ways about it. I walked over to where Krieger's body hung from the post, fished his wallet out of his suit jacket. Nice wallet. Probably looked better on the alligator, but still. Not much cash in the wallet. Rich guys never carried much cash, but Krieger had a black invitation-only, no-limit Amex card, so I guess he thought he had it covered. You could buy a skyscraper with that card, and all they'd ask was, "Would you like that gift wrapped, sir?" 2 photos, one of Krieger on an airport runway, standing in front of his Gulfstream 550, the other of Krieger and some beautiful girl, strong family resemblance, although the daughter had better cheekbones. Beautiful girl, beautiful bird, no kid, no wedding ring. Out of the corner of my eye I could see the fat man still struggling under the car, but I couldn't take my eyes away from the photo. Women are amazing. They get rid of their contact lenses and slip on a pair of ugly thick glasses, and they look different. They don't wash their hair for a few days, let it just lie there in a tangled mess, and they look even more different. But it's the attitude that really sells things. Slump around, eyes downcast, let your voice quiver at all the right moments. You're a whole new person now. You're no longer that gorgeous, confident, sexy creature in the photograph. No, now you're the mousy, scared little introvert that shuffled into my office, begging me to watch over her daddy. The fat man had met the beautiful bird because that's what worked best to snare him. Me, I met Plain Jane, the not-so-beautiful bird, the one with the borrowed kid, because that was the one who could get to me. She figured no matter what, one of us was going to deliver the overseas bank codes to her. I looked at Krieger dangling there, his shirt a gory mess. Brilliant guy, tough and cold-blooded, but he wasn't even in the same league as this little girl. He should have just handed over all his money to her, the whole secret stash, and saved his life. Maybe if he had cooperated, Jane would have given him an allowance and I let him keep the Gulfstream 550. I glanced over at the fat man. Did she tell you she knew how to decrypt the code? Let me out of here, said the fat man. Doesn't matter, I told him. If she doesn't know how to do it, she's probably already got some other sap on the line who does know how. I have case, you foolish person, gasped the fat man. Let me out. You have the case. I held up the thumb drive I had palmed earlier. I have what was inside the case. The fat man screamed in rage, flopping around in a pond of gasoline, his neck extending from under the Ferrari like some enraged turtle. Hey, smart guy. He had somehow managed to get one hand free and was holding the shiny gold cigarette lighter over the pool of gas. Don't! The fat man's hand shook. Come die with me, boychik. I slammed the hydraulics just as he flicked the lighter, the Ferrari crashing down on him before the gas could ignite, squashing the fat man with a loud, moist pop. Blood mingled with the gasoline, sent rainbow swirling across the floor. I had to turn away. I dabbed at the spots on my shirt with my fingertips. I didn't feel so good, but I felt better than the fat man. The fat man's organization was going to be coming after me. Not like they would be crying in their vodka over what had happened to him, but still, they couldn't allow some freelancer like me to step on the big boss man. That's okay, nothing like people wanting to kill you to make you appreciate a slow sunrise, a fast car, or a fresh cup of coffee. The fat man's organization was the least of my problems, though it was Jane that I was worried about. I slipped the thumb drive into my pocket and started for the door, wincing with every step. The coded bank numbers weren't going to do me any good, but they were going to bring Jane running. Her or the next guy she had lined up to play fetch. Didn't matter. I opened the door, stepped out in the cool night air and kept walking. Yeah, I might be looking over my shoulder, but Jane better keep an eye on her rearview mirror too. Plain Jane or Beautiful Jane, whichever one I met next, she's going to find out who her new daddy is. Okay, so that is the first chapter of Return to Sender, the book that Alan Wake wrote, the third entry in the Alex Casey series, and I need to have a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back. Dr. Darling, how many channel points to read all of Inani's voice? Oh man, not enough to do that. That's for sure. Van Darren, all the points in your offshore accounts. Dr. Darling, read the entire Alan Wake 1 script in Arnold's voice. 500,000 channel points. That'd be quite the undertaking. You know, Alan's a writer because every time something goes wrong, he blames the manuscript. Exactly, Zereth. I mean, he's his own worst enemy though, because he's the one writing it. Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. enemies are suspicious when they see a dead body. They definitely are. You're not wrong there. Thank you, Bandarin. And thank you, Keone. Take your seat now, Rod. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind of cool that in the Alan Wake Files book, they give you chapter 1 of that Alex Casey book. So there is one more thing that I'll read in this stream, but we haven't actually got to the point where I'm going to read it yet. So I've got a little bit of time before we get to it. And it won't be as long of a read as what I just read. So we'll continue on until we get to that next reading point that I've got set up. So I'll go and to continue game. That little bit of Alan coming back home will replay again, but that's all good. It'll act as a little recap after what I read.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on. Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor. That was Cynthia Weaver. I guess you can call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
As you can see, she's a little obsessed with maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town, refuses to step on shadows, things like that. Back in her day, she wrote about all sorts of weird things in the paper. Bright Falls has a colorful history. Of course, what small town hasn't? The sheriff wants to see you in her office, Mr. Wake.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the Brave float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
Hello there, Shaky. How's things? Shaky, day off, payday, waking up to a Rod stream, good day. Oh, excellent. That's really cool, Shaky. That's good that you got a day off and it's payday as well. Thank you for joining the stream. We did episode 1, now in episode 2. The plan is to finish episode 2 and then that'll be the first stream for this playthrough. And then next Friday I will get back to it. But I've been reading stuff from the Alan Wake Files book at certain points related to certain things that we come across in the game as well. Years ago, when this game was celebrating its 10th anniversary, I did a whole stream where I just read that book from start to finish, but for this time around I wanted to actually incorporate it into the actual gameplay as well.
Sheriff Breaker is waiting for you down the corridor in her office.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
In Alan Wake 2, which takes place 13 years after this game's events, they actually add a morgue to the police station, and the entrance to it is roughly around this spot in Alan Wake 2.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he'd quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up. You can get to the back lot through that door and down the corridor, Mr. Wake.
Thanks.
The parking lot is through that door and down the corridor. Pay no attention to Walter Snyder on your way.
Okay.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the light? The light's on! The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here! Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're alright. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen. You gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then. Oh, why'd you do that for? You're with them, aren't you? You're those space aliens! You think you got me right where you want? Well, you just wait! You just wait! I told him, oh yeah, well, I don't hear you swear on your feet. Stick by I'm sick of what I'm saying. I don't think your number's the same as my number. We have different. I know it's not the same as my number. I know my number. That's not it. I told him, oh yeah, well, I don't hear you swear on your
Some of the gibberish that he's saying when he's drunk. Don't mind Walter though, he only had 2 or 10 beers.
Stick by I'm sick of what I'm saying. I don't think your number's the same as my number.
I don't think your number's the same as my number. I know my number. It's not the same as your number, but your number, not your number, hey. It's I've seen it twice. Yeah, Shaky. That's one of my favorite NPC quotes from Deus Ex Human Revolution, sorry. It makes me wonder who's in on this. Lim? Tai Yong? The government? Fucking aliens? Shit, what are they planning? Yeah, Kieran is like, I believe you. His source is, trust me, bro. Just trust me. That's so funny, Shaky, that emote. That stare from Father Martin from Outlast. Yeah, Dr. Darling, that's a great quote, that one. Kieran, did someone say tomb? No. It was a goddamn space alien. Cody, you have to go get ready for tonight, so take care, Rod and chat. Catch you in the next one. No problem at all, Cody. Thank you so much for being here and watching. I really hope that things go well. Thank you so very much. Take care as well, Cody. Catch you again next time. Zereth, yes there are. You just never learn them. How appropriate. You don't fight like a cow. Yeah, Shaky is so funny. Walter. Poor Walter.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Alan Wake is basically writer's block, the horror game. That is true, Zereth. That's a good way to put it. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Keone, Barry from Resident Evil 1. Whoa. Jill. Another great Barry. Barry Burton. I've always remembered how the narrator says the names of each character in the original Resident Evil. It's just so funny. It's so funny all these years later to find out that the actor who played Barry in the live action scenes for the original Resident Evil was actually from Australia. I was like, oh damn.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my! Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Alright, this is another point where I'm going to read something from the Alan Wake files. It relates to an incident where Alan punched a paparazzi, which is related to what Barry was just saying there about the incident with the paparazzi. Crime Author Has Own Police Intrigue by Chris McGurk, The New York Tattler. Alan Wake, the author of the newly minted crime thriller The Sudden Stop, provided some thrills of his own Friday night. A warrant has been issued for his arrest after an alleged assault on Gazette photographer Peter Veladson, which includes the charge of leaving the scene of a crime. According to Veladson, Wake drove the camera into my freaking eye with a closed fist while Veladson attempted to take a picture after a gala cocktail party to celebrate the publication of the book. "I was taking a picture, no harm," said Veladson. "That's what photographers do. He should know. His own wife is a photographer." Photographer Alice Wake was apparently not at the scene of the incident. She was reached by telephone later but refused comment. Her exhibit, Inflammatory, opens at the Babouf Gallery in Chelsea on March 21st. Wake was no longer at the scene when the police arrived. NYPD issued the warrant on charges of assault and battery. "He got out of there fast right after it happened," Veladson said. "He yells at me something like, 'Party's over, moron,' and he slams the thing right into my eye. He didn't have to yell." Veladson posed for reporters while being questioned by the police, pointing to an unquestionably ugly and swollen bruise surrounding his eye socket. Wake's representative, Barry Wheeler, issued a statement this morning on Wake's behalf and answered some questions posed to him by reporters shortly afterward. The statement read, "Alan Wake regrets the misunderstanding that occurred at the Sudden Stop Gala last night. He would like to reiterate his gratitude to and appreciation for all of his readers, and trusts that they will enjoy reading The Sudden Stop as much as he enjoyed writing it. Such misunderstandings are common when the private activity of writing meets with the public activity of book promotion." When asked if Wake would turn himself in, Wheeler responded with some evasiveness. "Al's a straight-up guy, he'll do the right thing." When pressed about what the right thing was, Wheeler replied, "It's unclear at this point who actually did the assaulting. A camera with an exploding flashbulb right in your face can be pretty shocking. I've almost had a heart attack because of some of your paparazzi pals before. I'm not saying Alan even touched the guy, but you gotta understand, might have been just a startled instinct. When asked if it was Wheeler himself who whisked Wake away after the incident, he had no comment. It was him, alright, Valedson claimed, the roly-poly guy. I was only half blinded. It was definitely him. This is not Wake's first brush with the law, according to public records, and battery in particular seems to be a trend. Minneapolis police arrested an Alan Wake with a similar description for public drunkenness and battery in 1998. Charges of disorderly conduct and battery were filed, though the battery charge was dropped, in West Hollywood a year later. Neither incident resulted in jail time. So there we go. That is the news report about Alan assaulting a photographer, which Barry was interviewed about, and also in the game, as we heard at the point I'm up to, Barry referenced with the whole paparazzi thing.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
See you, Biko. I hope you have a great time with your father playing Destiny 2. Catch you next time, Biko. Have a good one.
We still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my! Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later.
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
Hey there, Octavius. I'm doing well, thank you. Things are going good. How are you? How's things?
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy? And his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? Are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do
and
you
everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
I'd come here to rent a cabin where I could wait till midnight.
Octavius, you're having a very difficult time on completing 100% on Steam AC3 Remastered. On Tyranny of King Washington DLC, this game is no comments. That DLC, Octavius, I had seen it being played, and I was like, this is terrible. And then, probably a couple of years after that, I finally took the plunge and played it myself. And still, I was like, that's just terrible. And I haven't played it ever again since. I think it was a waste. They could have done a DLC where we actually played as Hatham for the years after he, after the first 3 sequences and that, and see what happens before he meets Connor again. Like, that would have been better than what they did. I like the clever reference to Max Payne here by having a dog named Max who's in pain.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton. Okay, boy. We're almost done here.
Octavius, imagine you need 6 last achievements left. You complete give or take 58 achievements. AC Valhalla had reference on Keith Flint. That is true, yeah. That was a funny thing in Valhalla. I thought that was quite funny. In Deus Ex, I always go to say Mankind Divided. In Deus Ex Human Revolution, there's this dancer that also looks like Keith Flint as well. But that's good that you've got 58 achievements already, especially, you know, with something like that.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
Kieran, you don't know why that guy reminds you of Lester in GTA 5? Oh yeah, Lester. It's funny when that happens, you know. Sometimes it's easy to sort of like think about why two different people remind you of the other and all that kind of stuff, and sometimes it's very difficult. And it can be something so subtle, like it could be a subtle facial structure feature as well. Like the way someone's face is shaped could be the same shape as another person's, and they might have some similar kind of like types of hair and all that kind of stuff.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Achoo! Achoo!
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Achoo!
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission. You want to know where you can shove that flashlight?
Lock the door when I leave.
Yeah, you go ahead and do what you have to do. I'll be fine. Alone, but fine. In a cabin straight from a horror movie. Watch where you point that thing, Al. Stop it, Al! Stop it! You're giving me a migraine, Al. You know I'm useless with a migraine. Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back. Or until I get eaten by a grue.
There's some dialogue that Barry can say that I'm trying to trigger. Where he's like, what, do you think we're back in 5th grade or something like that? The last time I played this I tried to trigger it but couldn't, so I've forgotten now what you do to actually make it happen.
hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now. Oh, God! Al, is that you? What's wrong with you? Have you lost it?
Oh man, I never thought to do that before. Man, I did a playthrough in the past where I tried to trigger as much dialogue in the game as possible, even going to the lengths of backtracking at every conceivable point to see if there's any more narration from Alan, and trying different things, but I never ever thought once Barry had locked the door to actually start shooting near the place.
Al, help me! It's the rednecks! They're out to get me! Oh, I don't like this! Ah.
Well, I'm glad I found out on the 15th anniversary. Well, it's not on it. That's the thing with playthrough celebrating anniversary, is that I do so many games that also have anniversaries that I can't always have the playthrough start on the actual amount of years to the day. You know what I mean? Like, so if a game came out on March 5th, 2010, I can't always, you know, start the playthrough of that game 10 years later on that same day. As long as I do the playthrough within the actual year in which the anniversary takes place. That's my personal rule for doing these anniversary playthroughs. Same with my annual playthroughs. I can start my annual playthrough of any game at any point during the year as long as I finish the annual playthroughs before the current year is actually finished. It doesn't have to literally be a year to the day since I started one annual playthrough series to start the next one.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, The participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Dr. Darling, Rod going for a 30-hour stream. Rod who? Not Rod me. There we have a spiral, which is something that is very symbolic between Alan Wake, Quantum Break, and Control as well as Alan Wake 2. Yeah, Keone. You won't be seeing me do a 30-hour stream, that's for sure. Hey, Ave, thank you for the sauna raid. Thank you very, very much for that. How was your stream? How was Resident Evil 2? I mean, Resident Evil 2. How was it? Did you finish the playthrough that you're doing, or are you going to do the other scenarios? Just currently in episode 2 of Alan Wake, playing the original 2010 Xbox 360 version, and we're just about to come across the second Night Springs episode. Resident Evil 2 went well. That's excellent, I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. You only did Claire's part? Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's still a good chunk of playthrough though. That's really good. You got S rank for the first time. Oh, congratulations, that's great. That'd be a good feeling. With the infinite handgun. Interesting, that's quite good. Having infinite ammo with weapons. That's really cool. Meaning you don't have to worry about ammo in future playthroughs. Like that they reward you for getting S rank. Oh, absolutely. It's really good. Gives you incentive to just push through and keep on going, and then that way, in multiple playthroughs afterwards, you don't have to worry then.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game, but the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Ave, I hope Alan Wake's been going good. This game was one of the most interesting games you've ever played. Oh, very nice, Ave. That's cool. I'm glad that you found it like that. It's going really well. The collector's edition came with a book called The Alan Wake Files, and it's a meta piece of fiction that is written by Clay Stewart, who is the character at the start of the game that helps Alan, or tells him to get into the cabin in the opening sequence. And basically the book was written by him, and it's got several parts of the book where Agent Nightingale interviews various residents after certain points in the main story of the game. And there's also things like Alan's first short story that he wrote that got published that you can read in it. There's also the first chapter of one of his Alex Casey books that you can read. And so there's all these different things in this Alan Wake Files book. And what I'm doing for this playthrough is I'm actually reading from that book at certain points related to certain things that happen in the game as I'm going through the story. And it's one of those things where there's so much stuff that there will be some foreshadowing of things that we haven't yet experienced in the game and all that kind of stuff. But I've actually read all of the Alan Wake File book stuff in the past. I actually did it as one stream on its own one time. And so this time around I wanted to spread it out a bit, partly because reading the whole thing in one stream back then was really taxing on my voice. So I wanted to try and mitigate the amount of reading that I would do. So I thought, well, the perfect way to do that is to actually interweave it into the game's narrative as I'm going along. So that's what we've been doing as well. Exactly, Dr. Darling. In Night Springs. In Chicken Wings. In Fright Hinge. Yeah, it's a really interesting book.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me!
Anybody? Help me! Help! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone! Please help! Help me!
Hello?
Back here! I'm back here! Hey! Please help me! I'm here! I'm hurt! I can't move! Please help me! Hello?
Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. Shh. Good boy.
I wonder if Tom Brader have ever been here and done some hairy work. You never know. It's a big multiverse out there. Tom Brader may have actually come to Bright Falls at some point. Braided some hair.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty! Rusty!
Ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
I just need hunting licenses.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license. Obey
The park ranger's instructions.
at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never.
Closer than 100 yards.
To bears and wolves, never approach any other wildlife closer than
25 yards.
pets must be leashed.
At all times.
Never leave your pet
Unattended.
It is
Against the law.
to remove any
Natural objects.
or historical artifacts from the park.
Never thought to do that before with Rusty, when he's become a Taken. Do you think you've only ever played one other game of the story that rivals this one, from a uniqueness perspective? What one was that? Octavius, that is great. You're not going to watch Rod's today's stream because you're planning on playing Alan Wake. Same thing at the exact same time, and with Crooked playing AC Shadows that you're planning to play. Your apologies. Oh, that's absolutely no trouble at all, Octavius. You know, I definitely understand that. There's definitely been games that I didn't want to have, you know, spoiled and all that kind of stuff that I may have seen a bit of the game being played, but ultimately, when there's a part that is going to be potentially revealing stuff, I'll mute the stream or I'll go watch something else, so that's definitely understandable. Don't need to apologize, that's for sure. Kina Hans, welcome on in, and thank you for the follow as well. Happy Friday to you too. I hope things are going well. Thank you for the follow. Okay, Abe, Expedition 33. Interesting, that's cool. Poor Max. Rest in peace, Max. Thanks for redeeming that, Shaky. Random horror movie quote and a random, a Remedy Games quote. Something from Alan Wake. Cool. Definitely can do. I mean, of course, you have yet to finish the game. Oh, that's definitely fair. That's for sure. Kina Hans, you're eating sushi, so how can it not be a great evening? Oh, very cool. Or afternoon, you mean. That sounds delicious. Ave, but still, good midnight, Rod. Thank you very much. Alright, so I've got an Alan Wake quote and a horror movie quote. Alright, so I'll do the horror movie quote first. Do you want to know the problem with places like this? With religion in general, has never known how to convey the anatomy of horror. Religion seeks discipline through fear, yet doesn't understand the true nature of creation. No one's ever believed it enough to make it real. The same cannot be said of my work. That's from John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, a movie about a writer whose fiction is coming to life. I chose it because, of course, I'm playing Alan Wake, where a similar thing happens. And now for the Alan Wake quote. Al, please tell me that we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls, come back soon" sign. We're going to the Anderson farm. I knew you were going to say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says. I am done with darkness. You're going to buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm going to live in it. And that's a conversation that Alan will have with Barry later, from where we're up to in this game story. In Quantum Break, there's actually some NPCs who have a conversation, and they actually quote what Barry says there about a tanning bed as a gift, and that they're going to live in it. Is Claire Obscure Expedition 33 a game you've any interest in to play? Because it does not strike you as a game you'd go out of your way to play, but you still believe it has a story that you would enjoy. Yeah, I've seen it's not exactly like traditional turn-based combat stuff, but I don't know, to be honest, whether I would actually play it or not. Might be one of those things where I'd have to download it when it becomes on PlayStation Plus and give it a go off stream and see if I feel like it. Realize what the clock is for me. 13 plus 1, right? Or now 14. Yeah, about that. A bit later than that now, of course, but yeah. Hans in Norway, it's 17:15, is it? Oh, cool. It's definitely interesting, the time zone differences and stuff. Oh, they will be wondering what gibberish is going on in chat. No, it's all good. How very fitting. It very, very much was.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Al, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
That's definitely no worries at all, Ave. Gonna be making some dinner, so you drop a lurk. Best of luck. Thank you very, very much. Thank you again for the raid. I really hope that dinner goes well too, that you enjoy your food. Have a great rest of your Friday, Ave. Thank you for leaving the lurk.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Dr. Darling. Alan Wake, no flashlight playthrough when you can still use flares. I mean, it's something that would be doable. Because I mean, to defeat the Dark Presence at the end, you would use the flares. Well, that'd be an exception, because there's no way to defeat it without using the flare gun. So we have the Great Old One felled by lightning in 1937. This exceptionally tall Rocky Mountain Douglas fir, Pseudotsuga menziesii subs glauca, was over 200 years old. According to local legends, it stretched beyond the stars. After it fell, it was measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length. At the next checkpoint, there's something I want to read from the Alan Wake files. Alright, so the checkpoint has been reached. Just want to exit to the menu when I read some of this stuff because I want to have some background music, just not my voice on its own. So there's something I wanted to read from the Alan Wake files that is related to a manuscript page that was found near the Great Old One tree, which is the tree that we just passed in gameplay not too long ago. Alright, so there's a manuscript page in the Alan Wake files that was found. Well, there's one that was found near Lover's Peak. One found half buried in the forest, but with no actual attributing of where it might have been found. Another one beside an abandoned RV. Well, I think what I might do is read the one that's related to the one near Lover's Peak. I mean, in the game we're not like near it at the moment, which is fine, but I may as well read that one in conjunction with the one that's related to the Great Old One tree. Okay, so there was a manuscript page that was found near Lover's Peak. 4 days after she reached the age of 26, Maggie decided her life was over. If asked to explain why, she could not have answered. If pressed, she might admit it had something to do with Samuel, how he had left 3 months ago without a word, and how she had just seen him at a party, and how he had his arm around a beautiful girl she'd never seen before. It was worse, it was more than that, of course. It was always more than that. That's why she was walking the 7 miles to Lover's Peak. Teenagers had parties out there, and very occasionally someone would fall or jump. She hiked the trails wearing her old headlamp, following the bouncing ball of light like she was reading the lyrics to a song. When she reached the peak, she switched the headlamp off. If asked, she would say that she did not jump. She simply inched herself closer and closer to the edge until the inevitable happened. Eyes wide open, she fell rapidly, but death was quicker. In her last moment, she saw a great cloud of ink rise from the tree canopy and catch her like an insect in amber. It held her softly, the way Samuel once did, and by the time it brought her down to the forest floor to settle, on her feet, it was as though she were reborn and ready to start her new life. Perhaps she would visit an old friend and... So that's that manuscript page. Now the one that's related or was near the great old one. Nothing to cover herself but the shadows that overwhelmed her. She reached for the light switch in desperation. She cringed and crossed her arms across her chest, hugging her own body close, bracing for the onslaught. Squeezing her eyes shut, she shuddered as she felt the darkness fill her, chasing away every hope, attacking even her memory of her own identity. The alarm of the invasion caused her to cry out involuntarily, which only sped the inevitable. Her descent into despair hurtled like a pitch-black boulder thrown down a dark mineshaft. Her cries came out in muffled, choking sounds. In her ears she could hear what sounded like a monsoon crashing its devastation inside the cabin. Outside there was a near silence. The elderly couple who walked by heard nothing of the internal storm that raged only a few yards away. "It's cold," the old woman said to her husband. "Suddenly very cold." Her grey curls shook as she shivered. The old man smiled. "You're always cold," he said. There did seem to be an extra breeze through the forest. He slipped his jacket off and put it over her shoulders, thinking he was rescuing the nearest damsel in distress. So there's another couple of manuscript pages, but I'll leave them to read another time. "I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession? Piece of shit. I only wish you'd suffered more. You met the fate you deserved. I hope you... Take it easy. I'm just needling ya." Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Arnie impression, taking dialogue from Assassin's Creed 2. When Ezio has assassinated Vieri de Pazzi, and is basically, angry, understandably, and shaking his body and being like, yeah. Before Mario is like, don't do that kind of thing effectively. Okay, so back to the game. Or darling shit de Patsy. Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
We gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
This character, Mott, Alan will say of him what he just said, regardless of whether or not you actually approached Mott on the ferry at the start of the game. But if you actually go to the end of the ferry, opposite to the end where Alan's car is parked, you'll find Mott actually overlooking the back of the ferry, and when you go over and talk to him, he sort of mutters stuff under his breath to Alan. And in this playthrough, I didn't even go to see him, so the game will still have Alan act as if he's gone to the back of the ferry and saw him. However, in the defense of the game, Alan could have just have easily seen him getting on the ferry, or at any point before we took control of Alan. Kennahan's Matthew Pareto, or how he spells it, is so good as Alan Wake and as Dr. Casper Darling. He really, really is. It was really cool that they gave him a role and control where he could not only be the voice, but actually be the character, you know, physically as well. Not to say that that's bad, that for Alan, he only voices him, but I think it was cool to give him another character in the universe of Remedy. And Dr. Darling's such a great character too, as well. Yeah, Kennahan's is really, really cool. The funny thing was, when I was a kid growing up, there was the parody movie Robin Hood Men in Tights, and it was a Mel Brooks directed movie. Years and years later, when I actually looked at who played Alan and saw that he played Alan, I looked at his IMDb and I was like, holy shit, he was in Robin Hood Men in Tights as Will Scarlet. That's true, Dr. Darling, yes. Someone said your name. Kennahan's, what's the deal with the HRA anyway? Drunken Casper Darling. Yeah, that's really cool. Kennahan's, wait, who is that? So in the movie, he was the guy with the longish hair and the mustache who had the knives, and he was really fast with the knives. But yeah, Will Scarlet is the character's name. He's kind of the offsider to Little John. And I think there's that scene where they have a fight, and Little John falls into the water, and he acts as if he's drowning, but he's only in like a very small like puddle of water. Yeah, Kennahan's he was. Yeah. I remember seeing. Oh, cool. I haven't seen that movie for a very long time.
Peak, right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Pull them off, damn it! Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Wait. Move it or lose it. Bring it.
Oh, that's nice, Kennahan. So you became a big fan of Matthew after Remedy Connected Universe games.
Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe.
It's amazing too what things people were in that you might have played or watched before you got to the point in your life where they played a certain character that you're like, that's a really cool character, I wonder who played them. And then you're like, holy shit, that person was also in these other things that I saw but didn't know at the time. I've had that happen with a lot of actors.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her up.
You're gonna give me the manuscript, or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Kinahan's so sad that James McCaffrey passed away. No more voice for Max Payne, or other roles he could have had in Remedy's game. You heard he was actually very sick with cancer during Control, and then he managed to finish everything before he passed away. It really was. I had played a bit of Max Payne, the PlayStation 2 version, in the early 2000s, but I never finished the game. And so it wasn't until I played Alan Wake and became a fan of Alan Wake and found out that he also did some voice work in this game as certain characters. I thought that was, really cool as well, and his work is really, really awesome, and it's really good that he was able to finish Control as well. I like his character Zachariah Trench. The live action segments as well with his character, quite interesting and well done. Hey there, viewer. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Well, thank you, viewer. I'll be ending the stream soon-ish. We're in episode 2 of the story. I'm actually reading some content related to Alan Wake from a different medium, which was a book that came with the collector's edition. So at certain points in the game, I'm actually stopping to read certain things related to what's happened in the game, whether it's an event or if it's like a location or if it's like a character that's been introduced and stuff.
What the hell?
Rusty warned me about these bulbs. It hurt like hell. I was stuck. I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Okay, so there's something else that I want to read now from the Alan Wake back to the main menu. Dr. Darlingrod is playing Until Dawn. Oh wait, he finished that. Definitely won't be streaming for that long, that's for sure. But yeah, finished Until Dawn. Get a hands, you got the Until Dawn PS4 version and now PC Steam sales, but you know they removed a lot of certain songs from the PS4 version. Hate when that happens. The opening song, Oh Death, is so cool from the PS4 version. It really, really is, for sure. Yeah, they completely removed the songs that were in the original, but not only that, they actually completely got rid of the entire instrumental score by Jason Graves and got someone else to do completely new music from the ground up for the whole game. And the composer they got, I've heard their work in movies like The Witch before, and they did a great job, and it's nothing against them personally or anything. They're a great composer, but Jason Graves' music is as much a part of that game's identity as the actual kind of like aesthetic and everything as well. So I thought that was a shame that they completely threw his work out and replaced it. If you're going back and watching a lot of 2000s movies and shows nowadays, it's interesting to see the cultural mindset. Oh, I see, Phil, you're talking about a show that you were watching. Oh yeah, for James McCaffrey was in a show, Jimmy. He was Jimmy from Rescue Me. Can Hanzo know that too? Yeah, it's really unfortunate, you know. And they added some really stupid backstory for the psychiatrist that also ties into the movie that came out, and I'm like, I don't know. It's just ridiculous. My concept for a movie of Until Dawn would have been this. Josh's parents are filmmakers. So the movie of Until Dawn would be a movie made by Josh's parents, and that's what we are actually watching as the viewer. And then at the end of the movie, the camera would pull out and it would show that there was an audience watching the movie, and that it was the premiere of the movie, and that Josh was in the audience with his parents, and same with Hannah and Beth. And then that way you would just end the Until Dawn movie as like a meta kind of thing, and then that would act as like a bit of a prequel to the game. Viewer, yeah, Dean Winters plays the main character's brother in that show, aka the Mayhem Like Me guy in those commercials. He's basically the same guy in the show, even dresses the same as he does in the commercials. That's really cool when that happens. So I just need to find the part in the Alan Wake files that I wanted to read. It was related to the plane that Alan just came across. Okay, so in the Alan Wake files, there's a section that is about Bright Falls, A History. The following article is taken from a larger work, Bright Falls, A History, edited by Conrad Breaker. Copies of the book can be easily located at the town's library or bookstore, but this chapter was found among Agent Nightingale's effects, cut from the book with a razor. When contrasting the content of this chapter to the rest of the fairly benign book, it's easy to see why it appealed to Nightingale. So we haven't actually had Nightingale appear in the story yet, and there were some things I wanted to wait until he appeared in the game before talking about, but there's going to be a little bit of overlap with that as well. But what I want to read specifically is the thing about the plane as well. At least I think there is one about it. I saw something about a plane before. Just need to scan ahead for a bit. I know now what it was. There's an image in the Alan Wake files of the plane that crashed, but there's nothing in the text supporting it. So never mind. I'll jump back into the game. But there are some things related to the history of Bright Falls that I will be reading, but not in this point of the playthrough yet.
aware of Widowmakers. Hazardous occupation.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got old Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on. I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Okay, so there is something that Alan Wake files related to where Alan is. Earlier I read about 2 manuscript pages that are in the Alan Wake files book. There was also some that were related to being found at an RV. So because this is actually a site in the game with a lot of RVs, I may as well read that content now. Alright, so this manuscript that I'm going to read was reportedly found beside an abandoned RV. Worst vacation ever. 2 weeks off a year and Blaine had to spend it driving around in an RV with his in-laws from Tokyo. People acted like they had never seen a redwood tree, and his mother-in-law found every jerkwater town cute. Nothing cute about Bright Falls, just redneck dopes asking him what kind of mileage he got in the Winnebago. Didn't help that his wife, Asako's spastic colon was kicking up with all the fast food, making her totally useless. It all fell on Blaine. He wanted to barrel onto Longview or Portland, somewhere with a sizzler and a multiplex, but his in-laws had seen the mountain turnout and wanted to stay and watch the sunset, like the sun never set in Japan. Fine, Blaine stayed in the RV while the 3 of them stood against the railing taking pictures. Geez, it got dark fast up here in Nowheresville. Hardly see a thing. 1 minute it was twilight and then the next. And in the image in the Alan Wake files, the manuscript page is burnt at the bottom. So that was the one that was reportedly found beside an abandoned RV.
story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Bad taken. What a shitty thing to do.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Yeah, Dr. Darling, Grand Theft Auto, Bright Falls.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Nice one, Kennahan's. Bright Blings, Night Fringe. That was so funny in Quantum Break, how you can find that footage where they were trying to find a replacement narrator for the Night Springs episodes because the original narrator had gone missing. And so you hear different variations on people trying out for that role.
Birds over the phone.
I don't blame you, Kennahan's, for laughing out loud on it. Yeah. Yeah, I did a playthrough of Quantum Break recently. It was my second playthrough ever. The first one being back, I want to say in 2021, I think it was. But I hadn't played Control at that point yet. So even though Quantum Break came out before Control, I hadn't actually played Control yet. But I played Quantum Break. So in my recent replay of Quantum Break, now having played Control a few times and having played Alan Wake 2 a few times, when I went through the game recently of Quantum Break, it was so cool to...
So glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
And it was good to pick up on stuff that I didn't actually pick up on that was foreshadowing things in Control and all that kind of stuff, so... Plus, I had my save file from my first playthrough of Quantum Break from those years ago, so I was able to look at the junctions and see what choices I made, because I'd forgotten in the years since. So it allowed me to know for sure what I chose. So for my second playthrough, I made sure to choose the exact opposite. Kind of hinge. Love the Scottish dude saying Night Springs. That was cool too. You played all except for Alan Wake 2. Gonna finish up recording Control, then you move on to Alan Wake 2. Oh, nice. Yeah. 13 years it took to get that sequel. Yeah, it's a great connected universe, Ken Hands, for sure. I like all the little details, all the little references, callbacks. But I never actually read that blog, no. But I'd heard about it, but just hadn't read it. Hey there, Senny. Thank you so very much for the raid. How was the rest of your Shadows stream, dude? Welcome to you and your raiders. Ken Hands, that blog came out before Quantum Break and they mentioned AWE and the houses in Ordinary. Place sound familiar? That's really cool. Great how they did that. It's great foreshadowing things. Look, darling, now you only have to wait 11 more for Alan Wake 3. Maybe not as that long. Maybe by 2030. 20 years after Alan Wake 1 came out. Yeah, Alan Wake is going really good, thanks dude. Just about to finish episode 2. Sorry about the timing. After I finish this episode, I'm going to end the stream, but thank you so very much for the raid still, though. And so a lot of stuff was mapped out, you think, or at least parts of it. That's true too, and like there's probably
You can open the door now. They're gone.
There's probably like early formations of ideas that they thought, oh, it might be fun to just put this in here, you know, and that way if it ends up being made later on, then people can have like a thing that they can reference and stuff.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day.
Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear
Diner.
Good girl.
Come here. Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You want to say something? I need to get my bearings amongst.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Let's make this quick, huh? Help you.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to end the stream. Before I do though, I just want to catch up on chat and do some shoutouts. Crooked Shadows wasn't very enlightening and you were left in the dark. It went good. You're enjoying exploring the open world so far and looking forward to play some more. Up to level 7 now and got your first legendary robes that allow a throwing knife kill after assassinating. Well, that's really cool that she got up to level 7 now as well. That's good that you were able to explore the open world a lot. It was crazy how long it took for the game to open that up as well. But sounds like you had a great stream. Hands, you really hope they get the rights back of Quantum Break. I hope so too. It'd be really cool for them to be able to actually name the characters when they're referencing them, instead of having to find, you know, different ways to reference the same characters and all that. But yeah, it would definitely be cool if they could. Crooked, no worries for the timing, Senny. You had a feeling you won't be live for much longer, but still wanted to drop by. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate that, dude. Yeah, there was some extra things to read and all that kind of stuff on top as well. But that's pretty good to get 2 episodes done and also read content that's not actually in the game, but is, you know, related to it. Barry doesn't wonder for a second why she speaks with the most dead inside voice level. He definitely doesn't. No, doesn't find anything weird about that at all. It's very, very creepy the way that she says it, like, "Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner." Dr. Darling, all those years and no creepy rose emote. That's actually a good idea to do a creepy rose emote for Alan Wake. Have to think about that in the future playthrough. Hey there, Bioshock. Hope things are going well. That's all good for the stream, Keone, no problem at all. Crooked, you could say the names for Quantum Break are redacted. That's true. They're redacted indeed. You could also call them Orange Peel and could also call them what else could you call them? I can't remember. I can't think of anything right now. Rest in peace, Lance Reddick too. Miss that actor, loved him. And thank you for the stream. He was really cool. He was really great, and it's interesting what they did with Martin Hatch in that Quantum Break game as well. And that's no worries at all for the stream. Before I end, I'd just like to give the following streamers some shout outs. would like to highly recommend people check out Avi the Oni, who is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake, Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and Shaky, who's doing a playthrough of Far Cry 6. Definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. See you until next time, Kenahans. Thank you so much for being here too. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. The next stream for this playthrough will be next Friday. The next stream that you'll see from me though will be Tomb Raider 3. That's currently my weekend game. So if you see me streaming Tomb Raider 3, then you know it's become Saturday here in Australia. And I'll just put my schedule in as well, just to show what other games I've got. So after this weekend of Tomb Raider 3, on Monday I'll be getting back to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, doing a Water is Lava challenge with that game, as well as the Freedom Cry DLC, and then yeah, next Friday Alan Wake again. So that's the current schedule. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be. Enjoy the rest of your Friday as well, and catch you all in the next one.